Good morning, and happy Friday. So this might be the last session working on the foundation of the new action system. I think we have it's pretty much in place right now. Hopefully I can merge this branch, turn this into a pull request and merge it at the end of today's stream. But to be able to do that, I need to first implement all of the actions we had previously with the old action system. I want to remake them in this new system, and that's the process we're currently in. And I know yesterday we started implementing interaction sit, and I'm starting to get real into the nitty-gritty details of it. Started discussing polishing, and I talked about having chairs or sittable surfaces upside down, and some creatures or entities might be able to sit on them, like blobs or slimes or whatever. Those are not the nitty-gritty details / polishing we want to be able, or we want to do today. We just want to make this action work exactly like it did with the old system with the same polish, maybe just a little bit better, but like we just want a base and move on right now. So that's what we're gonna do. And I think we quit yesterday on being able to sit. Yeah, we can't really stand up, and it's a little bit rough around the edges. I think we can fix those edges because we didn't have them in the old system, but that's about it. So one of the things we didn't have with the old system was, one second, I'm just gonna open up a notepad from yesterday. Was it this one? Yes. So a few things we have with this new system, which we didn't have with the old one, is yeah, we can't inspect anything that is sitting because colliders are disabled in a certain way. Cancel sitting doesn't put the entity in the correct place. We're gonna fix that a little bit today. We can sit on something that is turned upside down. That is actually a functionality we had previously, so you weren't able to sit on this, for instance, when it's upside down. And then, yeah, we have some weird rotation of the character when we stand up again. We can see this, some Michael Jackson shit. So let's just fix those issues, and then we can move on to implementing sleep, and then we can implement consume, equip, and so on and so on. So with the previous sit, we had, let's see here. First of all, it was named interactable use, and we had something like this. Is usable as long as it isn't used and disable angle isn't too, or the angle between world up and use transform up isn't too big. This one used, we have this in interactable now, we have available instead. We haven't really started using it, have we? Protected sit. No, we haven't. So we're gonna use available in interactable for this one. And this, previously we had this in the interactable. I want to have this one in the action this time around. So it's up to the entity to know if it can sit on something that is tilted or not. I think that makes more sense. Derek, the Michael Jackson stance is a feature, not a bug. Fucking true, though. We want to... Okay, but we want to be able to exit the Michael Jackson stance. Okay, so here, target sittable. Here we're gonna have some setup as well. Wonder where we want to keep it. We have tool type first. Okay. So previously we called this one disable angle. I don't know. Not the best term. We are gonna call this max tilt. Or can we just call it max sit angle or something like that? Max sit angle tilt. It's long, but I don't know how descriptive it is. Maybe it's okay. So when we do initialize here, we do target sittable. One sec. Okay, let's see here. So when we try and initialize this, we try and get target sittable. If we can't get any, the initialization fails. Then we get a sittable point. If we can't get a sittable point, the initialization fails. And if we have a sittable point, we still want to check one more thing, and that is one sec though. This is a little bit... I have a question here. Let's see. If we can't sit on a chair because of the tilt angle, we don't even want the ready button to appear, right? Oof, that is true. So here we want the sit button to appear. In this case, we don't want it to appear. If we pick it up, okay. We don't want the sit option to appear here. That means that we have to... form some sort of dependency here, don't we? Hmm. It's the same thing if... It's the same thing as if... if all of the available sittable points are occupied. It feels like we want to have initialized. It definitely feels like I want to add some functionality between available and ready. Huh. Hell yeah, we do. So action. When we try to set ready here, when we go from available to ready, we want to do something. Not initialize, not process, finish, interrupt. We want to add a fifth thing here, which would probably be... I mean, it's easily done. I just wonder if this is the best way to do it. Action set or the nicest way to do it. So these would be... because basically what we're trying to do here is a dependency, but it's a more specific one sec. Maybe we can do it. Maybe we can do it like this. So these are dependencies for the action side of things. And then, of course, we have some dependencies on the interactable side of things. And I would say available is one of those. Derek, does the play already have iKey set up to do the leg and foot rotations procedurally? I think it... yeah, we have some IK bones. I haven't done anything with them yet, though. Or actually... no, I don't think so. By closer look. We have an IK set up in Blender. We just haven't imported the IK bones yet. Yo, what's up, Newth? How was the movie yesterday? And what's up, Murat? Sorry about the pronunciation. I do my best. Hope you're all having a good day today. How's the process going? It's going good, or well. Just ran into one thing that we might need to fix, or one thing we might need to extend on this action system, unfortunately. Nah, it's not. We don't really want to do. We don't want to introduce a new state. We just want a new method like this, which we can call here. I was very happy with the Exit 8 movie, very well adapted from a simple game. Ah, beautiful. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Murad, no worries, it was really good. Ah, nice, nice to hear. So what I would like to do here is, I would like to split these two. Oh, come on. So if we go from ready to available, we just set new state and we invoke on ready change and we return true. And if we try and go from available to ready, I pretty much want to do this. If additional check pass, then I want to do this, or we can do this. If additional check doesn't pass, return false. Otherwise, state new state on ready change invoke and return true. But additional check, this does, like, it doesn't make it as beautiful as it was, if that makes sense. Yo, what's up, Ginger Dev? Good morning, good morning. Initialize. But then again, when we do stuff like this, and this, and this, and this. So this is an additional check. It's just that we do it a little bit later, don't we? So what would we call it if we would introduce an additional check here? Initialize. But that pretty much means that initialize can't fail anymore. Is that so? But maybe that's how we want to do it. Why should this one be a Boolean? Oh, maybe it will become cleaner if we have an additional check here. Huh, didn't even think about it. So meaning that initialize can never fail. But if it can never fail, then we need to do some listening on this stuff. So for instance, oops, let's restart this one. So let's say that we focus this one like this, and we have the option to sit, show info, and pick up. What if we have this one focused like this, but then some other entity comes and sit on it? Then we instantly want to disable this option, right? So we're gonna have to listen to something. So it's pretty much like we don't want to set it in a pre-ready state, or I guess we do want to set it in a ready. We do set it in a ready state, but we want to do a, before we set it in ready state, we want to do a check, and that check in question is this. It's this. And this, but then we also need to listen. Fucking hell. On the object itself. Should Interactable have events? I wonder. And actually, maybe I'm focusing a little bit too much on the playable entity this time around. How would it work for creatures? So animate entities, non-playable entities. But it's pretty much the same there. So let's say we have a creature that is hungry. It searches for food. It finds a consumable. So it's focusing consumable and walking towards it. But then some other creatures comes and grabs it before that creature gets to it. Then we need to be notified. Of course, we can be notified by focus. Focus changes. Actually, maybe focus doesn't change. Maybe the other creature just grabs it and runs away. Good morning, Harukanan. Yeah, I think we need to have something. So in this phase, or maybe I can show it here, in this phase, like something can happen to the object in question between us processing it or these simple dependencies. But that's why we want to have these simple dependencies, isn't it? Is processing dependency... So in this case, we can listen on if the target of an action changes, if the point of an action changes, or if the state of an action changes. But we can't listen to if something inside of the target changes. Does that make sense? Targets can change. They have states themselves. Interactable. Fuck, do we want to have events here as well? Now, focusable would never call its event. Holdable. If someone else picks it up. If some other entity picks it up, then holdable. Or it. When we talk, or when I talk about interactable, I don't want to talk about it as from the perspective of entities or like animate entities. We want to, like, what would describe the state of holdable? That would probably be if it's being held or if it's not being held. If it's being inspected or not, sittable, if it's being occupied or not. So yeah, I think we want an event here. Derek, hey, did you end up having to not do music again, or are you able to? Like, honestly, there seems to be a little bit of a problem with music on YouTube. So, like, I really do like Chill Hop. Love them. For some reason, I've even been in contact with them. I'm doing everything correctly and stuff like that. So I'm using their music with their license and stuff like that. But even if I am, I sometimes get copyright claims on old live streams, and that's okay. I don't care about those. I can just edit out the specific songs. But a while back, when I was streaming with music and I had everything set up correctly and stuff like that, I got a copyright strike during the stream, which actually took down my live stream. and added a copyright strike on my YouTube channel. I then contacted YouTube and they said that the copyright strike was wrong and they removed my strike, but they couldn't restore my stream. So I'm just being extra cautious now in streaming without music, so that YouTube has no reason whatsoever, even a false copyright claim, to bring down my stream midstream. Maybe I can try again soon in the future to stream on YouTube with music again, but it's been a problem in the past for some fucking reason. All these bots running around on the internet, copyright claiming everything, you know. What's up, Diggy? I got my cup of coffee right besides me. Hope you have one too. Like, I would love to be able to properly stream with music, because I think it adds to the stream, makes it a little bit more cozy and stuff like that, but I'm afraid of them bringing down my stream in midstream. Diggy, I'm about to. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Make a cup of coffee, yeah, I figured. Okay, so Interactable, do we want to have an event here as well? We probably do. And then in action, initialize should not be able to fail, but we want to have a bool ready method here. I think that's what we're gonna do. Derek, totally understand. It sucks that they make it so difficult. Yeah, I agree, 100%. It's just so tiresome with people and entities using things in the wrong way for their own gain, you know? Like, I think the copyright strike system and stuff like that is beautiful, because creating something and then having someone steal it and use it for free or something like that, that's not right. But like copywriting, striking people that uses licensed stuff, it serves no purpose. It's just destructive. I tell myself that, like, if I don't have music in my stream, the people watching can choose their own music in the background as well. I mean, I don't. Maybe that's good. Pros and cons, pros and cons. So, Interactable, I wonder if we want to do... what's it called? Unity event, but we need events. I do wonder if we want to send a Interactable like this. I don't want to have on available change. It's a little bit too specific, but I wonder if we want to have on change. Interactable focus, I don't think this one, or focusable, I don't think this one will use it at all, nor inspectable. But holdable, so here, start interaction, base.available is equal to false, and spell to the, what? Okay. Available false, and then like base on change, invoke this, right? Yeah, we have marked for destruction. This sucks a tiny bit. We can probably move away from this eventually. Base was marked for destruction. I want to add a note to this one. Marked for destruction was, for instance, if we're holding something and then we're consuming what we're holding, then we destroy. If we fully consume it, then we destroy what we consumed, and the ones holding it needs to be notified, right? Fuck it, we're gonna have it like this. Or if we keep it like this, we're gonna have to do interactable. You know why? You know what? This one isn't even a it's not a mono behavior anymore, so we need to do instantiate specifics. So we just do it like this. Okay. And let's see. So if something is holding this one, we make interactable hold available equals to false. But then we call on change, which means that the one holding it will be notified. Right. I mean, that's okay. We could get around it by properly controlling when we're listening to this change event or this unit event or not. But still... I'm wondering if we're gonna continue without using these or implementing these now. We didn't have them in the old system. Because maybe I need to think about this one a bit more. What's up, Kurotke? Guten Morgen. Or I mean, we could define it as a... We could define it as a dependency like this, a custom dependency, I guess. Squits, what's up? I highly implore you to look at the new Nintendo patents since they are patenting everything to do with creature collecting. Yeah, it's stupid, man. It's stupid. Would be extremely surprised if it would hold in court. Although we're not gonna catch any creatures with some... We're not gonna catch creatures with some spherical items in this game, nor are we gonna summon creatures to fight each other in this game. So still, I'm a little bit... I'm relaxed. Even if it would turn out that they can win in court using those patents, I'm still relaxed. But yeah, it's fucking crazy, man. Nintendo has become evil over the last few years. I think they've been evil for quite a while, actually. Or it depends on what you define evil as. But I know that they have come after... what the fuck is it called? Emulators. People who do emulators on Nintendo hardware and Nintendo software. They have been coming after those people pretty hard for quite a while. Maybe a bit too hard in some cases, you know. But yeah. Maybe, like, if we could define one of these dependencies, like, we want to make it extremely specific, right? Or we want to get information from it. Oh, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this, I think. Let's see here. Squid's gonna let you get back into the flow state. Haven't really entered it yet today, but thank you. Hopefully we'll get there soon enough. If we take a look at action focus, here, action hold, fuck, we have a lot of things in action hold here. Oh, but that's true. We also have the case. Oh. We should be able to go from initializing to interrupting, which we are. So take a look at this. We have action sit. If any of these are false, or if any of these checks fails, we don't even want to show we don't even want to show sit as an option, right? But if we take action hold, for instance, then we have some checks here. We want to start instantiating the action for some of these and then fail it. And in some of these, we don't even want to show the option of holding something. So if the playable entity goes towards an item which doesn't even have a target holdable, but that's not true. We shouldn't be getting here if this one isn't true. But if the player goes towards an object and tries to hold it, but that object, it doesn't have any available hold definitions. I don't know what that would be. But then we don't want to show the pickup prompt or the hold prompt. But if it has a hold definition, but the entity that tries to pick it up isn't strong enough, then we want to like start instantiating the lift process, but we want to interrupt it during instantiation and play, I don't know, some animation showing the entity trying to lift something it isn't strong enough to lift. So that's true. We do want initialize to be able to fail and jump to, but I don't think we want to return stuff here then. I think we just want to set initialize. Yeah, we want to, fuck. Yeah, we want to set the state. Diggy, hey chat, never break multiple bones at one time. It's not very fun. Yeah, so I've heard. Fucking sucks, man. Savasonic, what's up? Savasenok, maybe, even. What is the progress? We ran into a tiny bit of a problem, or yeah, it's a problem, I would say. We're gonna need to extend this system a tiny bit. But it's probably the last thing. I've said that multiple times now. Okay, let's put it this way. I'm pretty much in a fork in the road currently. So what we're talking about now, it's a little bit too polishy, and we didn't have it with the old system, right? So we could either just continue, not think about it right now, and just implement the actions as we had them, which I'm leaning towards doing. Or we could implement it now. Actually, fuck it. Let's wait with it. Destroy, we're still gonna have destroy though. We're not gonna use available right now. Sittable. Okay, so what we're gonna do now instead is max sit angle tilt. We're definitely gonna use this one. The whole thing is we don't want to be able to be able to sit on this chair if it's like this. So for now, if we try and sit on it while it's like this, nothing is gonna happen. So not this, but just nothing, okay? At this point, we don't really care about properly updating the prompts and stuff like that. I'm gonna have to think about that one. So max sit angle tilt, what we want to do is, so we get a sittable point, and we want to check if private bool can sit on sittable point. And here we just return sittable. We do vector3 dot angle sittable point dot what is it called? Point is occupied. Transform. There we go. Sittable point transform. We do vector3 dot up. If this angle is less than max sit angle tilt, and we want to take up on this one as well. So if the angle between these two is less than max sit angle tilt, we're okay. So the last check we're gonna do here is if can sit on sittable point, and keep it like this, turn false. Then we just exit as well. And I think that's about it for that one. Savasano, maybe some comparison of the normal vectors of each body. Exactly. Oh yeah. Character 0, 1 prefab. If we take a look at the action itself, we have sit here, max sit angle tilt is 0. Maybe we can go as high as 25%, even if 25% is probably going to look very weird. Sit, we can sit it, and then we do like this, and then we flip it. We will still see the prompt to be able to sit, but we won't be able to sit. We get this little bit of a visual glitch, but that's okay. Do we get an error as well, actually? Yeah, we do. Oh, yeah, we're gonna fix that. Diggy, I was on an electric skateboard at an intersection and got T-boned by a truck going 50 miles per hour. My friend got it on video too. Damn. Happy you're okay. That sounds insane. Pretty insane that you have it on video as well. That's pretty cool. Diggy or do something, you make me want to stream maybe too. Oh, that's nice. Inspiring is nice. Okay, yeah, we have a little bit of an issue here, because if we return false here, we try to interrupt it, and sittable point occupier first or default. $37. Whoa, 1 sec. How do we even get to this point? It's trying to leave a sittable where it is not registered. It's trying to leave a sittable. So, oh, yeah. My bad. Okay, we have a good debug prompt. It's just that we want to return here as well. There we go. So now we shouldn't have an error anymore, and we can't sit on something that is flipped. Diggy, I had a motorcycle helmet on actually and it saved my life. Yeah, fucking helmets. It's they are extremely good. Sit works, and then if we flip it, we can't sit. Okay, we still get this jump in position, but that's okay. We're gonna fix that soon. And I know it sucks, like the visual clarity of the UI currently sucks, but that's something we're gonna fix in the future. So that's okay for now. We had some other problems with sitting that I want to fix that are not polishy enough to be skipped right now. Cancel sitting doesn't... we can sit on something being turned upside down. That one is fixed. Rotation of character is weird when standing up. That one I don't fully understand, because we do action sit, we do... that depends. Local position, local rotation, local scale. Enable rigid body false, enable colliders false, enable movement false, align with transform, and then true. Save current transform, save current transform. We just save them. So then when we finish, we have a rigid body that is disabled, I think. Yeah, we do. We have a kinematic rigid body. Enable colliders. Why do we get that? Is it because we don't... I wonder what happens with the rigid body, like velocity and stuff like that, if we disable it. Or like, sit. So we get teleported right here very briefly, then we get put here again real quick. Oh fuck, I want to implement place just so I can place it. And then we have rotation as well. Like, why don't we get... Why don't we get our normal rotation? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Why can we get rotation on X and Y here? So the constraint we have on our character, as soon as we get it to interpolate collision detection stand up. Okay, this time around it worked. This time it didn't work. inspectable. It's extremely weird. Diggy, it's been 2 months. I can drive my truck and do everything. The major injuries were my leg was broken and my shoulder shattered. I'm still in some pain and doing physical therapy. Oh, nice. Sounds like everything is moving in the correct direction. It's not getting worse day to day. It's getting better. Okay, so what happens is when we I think we call stop. I'm pretty sure. Input to action, yes we do. If state is processing, we call stop. So we do set state finishing. It's this one. So we set the state to finishing on process change this. And then we set finish. And then we set state available. Oh, do we want to set it? Yeah, okay, yeah. So we call finish, and in action set finish is this. We reset transform to saved state. This one is pretty straightforward. Local position, local rotation, local scale. And then we enable movement. In mobile, we just set a flag. Then we enable rigid body. So we set is kinematic to false, and then initial rigid body interpolation. I wonder if this one screws it up. Yeah, I'm dreaming, but I'd love to make a popular game or something so I don't have to go back to my old job, lol. It's relatable, it's relatable. I just have this feeling that you improve your chances of actually doing or creating a popular game if that isn't your end goal. Does that make any sense? So you have a higher chance of making a popular game if you go into it with not the goal of making a popular game, but instead something else like I don't know, express your creativity or just the joy of creating something. I wonder if it's something with enable. Yeah. Okay, I think enable rigid body. I think the rigid body interpolation screws it up, actually. Or, okay, what I want to try is this. I want to check one thing. I want to check if we sit on the chair and then we do rigid body debug. I want to see the rigid body. Why can't I see Can't I see the velocity anymore? Really? Or am I missing something? I was pretty sure that we should be able to see like velocity. Uh-huh. Physics debugger. So where do we have that one? Okay, let's take a look at this link. I think I made a failed one in the past and put it on the App Store and know what to do differently. You live and you learn, definitely. Same here. Physics debug. Okay, how can we get this one? Window analysis. Oh yeah, of course. Window analysis. Physics debugger. Okay, and we have it for okay, beautiful. Velocity 0, 0, 0. Okay, that's good. Inertia tensor. Local center of mass, world center of mass. We have a speed now. I didn't know we had one. This looks beautiful. This looks exactly how I would anticipate it to look. I want to see if we do character and we do interpolate none. I wonder if it's the interpolation that screws it up. I think it is. I'm also very annoyed by the rotation here. But that is probably also an interpolate problem, isn't it? Okay, so I'm gonna try. Fuck. Let's see. I'm gonna do interpolate none. Yeah, okay. It's 100% interpolation. But we need the interpolation to remove this weird lagging, you know. Okay, let's see. Interpolate. Derek, a bit of funny visual that was. Just you silently sitting down and getting up again a bunch of times. I know. I'm fucking tired of it. Yes. Okay, interpolate. What annoys me here is we do enable rigid body, or we do enable rigid body false, and we set interpolation to none here. And then when we enable it, we set interpolation to whatever it was, okay? It seems... Coolrush gotta do the squats, yes indeed. It seems like whatever is being used, whatever data is being used for this interpolation, we get the sitting position and we use the sitting position for it. Diggy, I didn't even question it. Yeah, that's how it is sometimes. Rigid body. Interpolation. Interpolation provided by the interpolation calculates the pose of a rigid body in frames that fall between physics time step updates to reduce the appearance of visible jitter. It's extremely useful. By default, interpolation is disabled. Ah. I wonder if we want to do physics sync transforms. Enable rigid body. Save current transforms. Entity. So when we do action sit, we do reset from saved state. Public void. Oh, this is dynamic entity. Beautiful. So we should be able to just do... I don't want to do physics sync transforms. Like sync transforms without sending in a specific transform or something like that. Do we just do it on all? It feels a little bit weird to call this one. I want to see if it even works first of all. I would love to be able to send in a transform like this, would make a bit more sense. Or actually, I know what we're gonna do instead. Interpolate. Yeah, if this works, it's good to know, but I think I know what we're gonna do instead. Yeah, it seems to work. But what we are gonna do instead is, I think we want to do rigid RB dot, I always forget, rigid body unity set. Yeah, so I wonder if we want to do this instead. RB. Position rotation. Quaternion. Okay. Scale is a little bit over the top. Yeah, I don't think we care about scale. Actually. And then we just change this one to RB. Oops. I wonder if this is a better way to do it. Let's see. And then, of course, yeah, it's rough around the edges, to say the least, but we're not in a polishing phase just yet. First of all, if we wanted to sit on it, we would have to be close enough and stuff like that. Which makes me think, I want to define, so when we look at these dependencies down here, these are the dependencies for the state machine, the action state machine system. It's a question if this one is... yeah, it is. So this is like these are dependencies for the state machine. And if all of these dependencies are true, then we want to check an additional dependency. I just don't know what I want to define them as just yet. But that's the link dependency between action X and interactable X. So this is just dependencies to see if we can even do action sit, or if action sit should even be considered. If it should be considered, i.e. we have a target for it, then we need to check the link dependencies between action sit and interactable sittable, and those are going to be way more specific, and we're also going to wait with those because they are mostly going to be used for polish. So for instance, it would be to not even show the sit prompt in this case. And even if it wasn't turned upside down, we don't want to show the sit prompt from here because we're way too far away from the chair. We just want to show the sit prompt when we're close enough and stuff like that. So yeah, we're gonna get to that later. I love that the drop follows the item like this. Diggy, do you think a standalone program to look up API documentation would be a good idea? It could have dark mode. So I guess you're talking about this one right here. Yeah, it's a bit too bright. I think I should have the documentation locally as well. Otherwise, it would be nice to download it and have it available in VS Code. I'm gonna look into that. It would be extremely nice to have the documentation in a separate window here. Right. Would be extremely nice. Okay, okay, so that was the next issue. Rotation of character is weird when standing up. We have fixed that one. Cancel sitting doesn't put the entity in the correct place. We have fixed that one as well. And then finally we have can't inspect entities sitting because colliders are disabled. What's up, Jax? Hope you're having a wonderful Friday so far. I do the same thing and use Google. Yeah, but I mean, in the case of the documentation here, we should be able to just search that one. Sometimes you just want to check out some API calls or whatever. And I also find it weird that we don't have a dark mode here somewhere. Anyway, so when we take the character and we sit down on the chair, we want to be able to inspect both the yeah, we can pick it up as well, but that's another problem. We're gonna wait with that one, I think. One sec. Yeah, we are. But we want to be able to inspect the character, right? We want to be able to inspect entities that are sitting or sleeping. Yeah, what's up, Smack GDs? I'm having a real tough time talking today. Jax, Robin, are you from the US? Nope, I'm from Sweden. Okay, so the problem with not being able to inspect something that sits in... So I want to be able to show information for my character or whatever. It's because we disable colliders. But why are we disabling colliders if we make it... I want to double check this one. Smack GDs, every other day your stream shows an error for me. Yeah, Cooler SK had the same problem, another viewer of mine, and I have no idea why. It's error code 1000, right? I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's on my end or if it's on your end. Maybe you're using an ad blocker or some VPN, I don't know. But I definitely want to get to the bottom of it. So if you learn something, let me know. Okay, so controls if the rigid body... So here's the thing. Character, we have a lot. Nope, nothing of the sorts. And what country are you from, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I'm just trying to, like, you know, get some data points and try and figure out. Romania. Oh, that's even in the EU. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm gonna have to research it. Derek, probably just platform jank. For the longest time I had an issue where YouTube was constantly acting like the stream ended even if it didn't. That sucks as well. Yeah, fucking platform jank. Hopefully it's just platform jank. If it's something... Like, if it's something that is wrong on my end, something I can fix, I definitely want to do it as soon as possible. But it's hard to, like, pinpoint what's wrong. And Cooler SK, yeah, I have adblock turned off for Twitch. I'm gonna see if some other streamers have had... I think it was error code 1000, if I remember correctly. Did you maybe see if it works with a VPN? Yeah, that might be something as well. But I feel... yeah, I don't know. So where were we? Oh, yeah. So we can't inspect the character while we're sitting down. That has to do with this one right here, enable colliders. So enable, disable colliders, pretty straightforward. So if we disable all colliders, then of course we won't be able to notice a raycast hitting the collider because it's disabled, right? So this is also something that didn't work with the old action system. So here is the same decision again. Should we fix this one now for the new system, or should we postpone it again? I don't know. Enable, disable colliders. I don't know how you would solve it by not... Like, we definitely want to disable colliders when we sit on this one. Otherwise, we will collide with the object we're sitting on. You could put the colliders on a different layer, or we could have a little bit of a better structure when it comes to colliders for the character. If we take a look at him, where do we have him? Here. He has a outer collider and then some internal colliders. The outside collider is currently being used This one is weird. It's for the choose, but whatever. The outside collider is currently being used for physics calculations like running on the ground, but it's also being used for the raycast for depending on input. So like we might want to split those two. That feels wrong as well. Capsule collider. Change it to is trigger. Yeah, we could change it to is trigger. If we change it to is trigger, would we still... So like if I sit here, enable capsule collider. Is kinematic should be enough, shouldn't it? Or rigid body is kinematic. Yeah, is kinematic should probably be enough. I want to try it. Smike GDs can't remember the error code. Will screenshot next time. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Diggy, or was the problem on your side? I have had 0 problems on here. So the problem we're currently talking about is over on Twitch, where I multi-stream. Some viewers get they don't get any video on my stream. They get an error code, and I think it's error code 1000. But it's just some users, and it's just some days. It's weird. It's weird. Okay, let's see what happens if we action sit, we remove the collider part here. And we do sit, and yeah, we get that problem. Because this one is kinematic, its collisions, or its movement is not physics-based, but its colliders does still affect other things. Which sucks, but if we do... If we change it to is trigger as well. So we're gonna have to add some functionality. I think we're gonna do this. Entity, entity, entity. So an entity has renderers. I just need to check real quick where we are. Okay, whatever. Diggy, maybe Twitch thinks they're a view bot. Something is up, that's for sure. Okay, but entity, dynamic entity. Where do we have the colliders? Do we have them in entity? Yeah, colliders. So I wonder here if we want to split up the colliders. Because setting the collider to trigger would be perfect. But then we need to unset it later on. Do we have something else that capsule collider, layer dynamic entity? Because I can imagine that we're gonna have entities are probably gonna have colliders that are trigger colliders and non-trigger colliders. How can we do this? It's gonna be so nice getting rid of this one as well when we delete the old action system. Getting rid of this yellow text cluttering my visuals. Or Of course. Of course, of course, of course. Current pointer, focus, layer mask. Default entity, dynamic entity. I wonder. Yeah, it should be okay. So if we take character and we want to disable the collider, if we alter exclude layers here, I don't think we alter it somewhere else. And we just exclude default entity. Or I wonder what happens if we do everything maybe, and then nothing. Yeah, let's see. So if I do is kinematic, and then we do exclude layers everything. And then it can still show information, exclude layers everything, and then we sit, and that works. And then we're not kinematic anymore. Okay, entity. I wonder if this is enable rigid body kind of stuff. Yeah, I think it is. We probably want to put it here. RB dot exclude layers is equal to enable. Can we do layer mask dot or can we do, oh yeah. I should be doing, so if we do bit mass math here, we should be able to do, what is it? Something weird like something. Let's see here. There we go. But here we want to have 0, and here we want to have the opposite. There we go. This is a weird way of doing it? Maybe. And having this means that in action sit we can skip the colliders, right? Hell yeah. Okay, I think that's all the errors we had with sit. Let me just double check. Can't inspect entity sitting was the last one. Yes, beautiful. So now we have sit in exactly a similar state as we had it previously, but also with a few minor improvements. So that's good. I'm just going to commit this. I wonder, do we have anything else we fixed? Sit, interactable. Oh yeah, I added destroy here. Yeah, I might want to commit that first. Dynamic entity, yeah, we fixed this. Still not entirely sure if I want to have this in rigid body. Maybe we do. Or maybe we want to rename this one if that's the case. Okay, I'm just going to do some quick commits here. We're going to commit this one even though we haven't implemented it just yet. And then we are going to add let's leave that one as this. And then we're going to commit, or we're going to add action sit as well. Yeah. So interactable CS and was it entity? Yeah. Okay. That's entity and interactable. Then I wanted to add, I actually want to commit this one as well. This. And then I wanna add, what did we have? Sittable. Yeah, action sit and interactable sittable. Okay, I'm done real soon. Okay, sorry about that. OSN, what's up? Can you run it? Run what? What we talking about here? Okay, so now we have sit in place. Let's do... Let's mark... Okay, this one is not really done just yet. We want to do interaction lie as well. So it's going to be action lie. And it's not called interaction anymore. Do we have action dot focus? I think interact. No, not this one. Interactable dot focusable. Interactable dot inspectable. Interactable. Fuck, interactables. Dot holdable. Yo, what's up, Sat? And good morning to you. How's it going? It's going pretty good. I just had to limit myself a tiny bit. I almost went on a too big of a side trail. I want to get this task done today, but I almost started extending the action system even more. But I stopped myself, and now the progress is good once again. How about you? How's it going this fine Friday morning? Interactables, sittable and interactables. Yeah, this one, I'm gonna hate the name of this one. Maybe we can rename it in the future, but I think I'm gonna call it lieable. It's weird, but... And then what do we have here? Focus. This one is just actions dot focus. Actions dot inspect. Actions dot hold. Actions dot sit. And actions dot lie. Right, that's the correct name. Yeah. Okay, so let's implement action lie and interactable lieable. Liable. Satvi, today no work, part-time. Oh, nice. And so I just woke up to eat lunch. That sounds like a perfect Friday. Enjoy. Fuck, I'm gonna have to run and make some more coffee real soon, but I wonder if we can manage to implement action lie before I have to do that. So let's see here. Action interactables actions. Okay, so we want to do action lie. And hey, what's up, Ginger Dev? Welcome back, welcome back. It's going good. How about you? Lieable. Okay, but before we implement these, Ginger Dev just finished my 4-hour stream. Nice. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Do liable and action lie. And then I want to jump to action type. And I want to rename. So previously we named this one sleep. I want to name this one lie. And then we do lie. Yeah, we can have this. We can have stand up here. Ginger Dev gotta actually do some work today. So what did you stream? Was it hobby game dev or just gaming? For interactable liable and in action lie, I'm just gonna take action sit, take all of this, put it in here, jump to the top and rename it lie, and then we're gonna go through it and see if there's anything we want to change. Liable. Sittable point, sittable point, sittable point, sittable point. Liable point. Let's see if I can do control. I always forget. Is it this one? Lie. Yeah, liable point. And then I also want to take this one. Control F2. Liable point. And then we have sittable points as well. Liable. Is that how I want to spell it? Liable or liable? Liable. Liable, this is actually a word. Liable. This is not actually a word. So I think I want to go with this one for now. We're probably gonna rename this one in the near future, but liable points. So we want to rename this one again. Liable point. Ginger Dev. Oh yeah, right. My crit and roll game for Steam. Yeah, I remember. If you're curious, you can check Steam. There's a page for it. It's a game for Twitch chat. A Twitch chat game. Very nice. How have you enjoyed working with the Twitch API so far? Or in a scale from 1 to 10, how enjoyable is it to work with the Twitch API? What? I hate this. There we go. I fucked up. Are we okay now? Have I action lie? Oh, I fucked up again. This is the one we want to fix. Sittable action lie. Okay, we're gonna go through it and change a few things. I think we're gonna start with interactable liable. Ginger Dev, it's incredible niche. I was fortunate that someone went and wrote a new asset for it, which includes a lot of things, so it was pretty good. So I built an abstraction layer on top of it for command poll handling to use in my game. But I ate. I've written my own socket plugins for the Twitch API in the past, but now it's nice there was a full asset on the store for it. Okay, nice. If I had the time, I would try it out, definitely. The Twitch API, that is. Develop some sort of add-on, I don't know. Let's see here, liable type, lie. And then we have liable points, because we might have a double bed or something, I don't know. I wonder how we want to handle liable points for when we have a place. And this could be empty as well, we'll see. Then we get next, we check if occupied, start interaction, liable point, available sittable point, we want to rename that one. Available liable point. The debug is trying to lie on an occupied liable point. Cancel interaction, liable points first or default. Liable point is trying to leave a liable where it is not registered. Instantiate specifics. Then we have liable point, occupier. Okay, it's very similar to sit. I think this one is okay. Action lie. Type. Lie. Max sit angle tilt. Max lie angle tilt. Target sittable. Target liable. Get interactable liable. Target liable false. Sittable point. We didn't rename this one, or I didn't. Hmm? Okay. Let's do it like this then. extremely similar, a lot of copied code, but my assumption is that we're going to change this, we're going to extend it in such a way that it's not as similar when we start the polishing phase and stuff like that, you know? But I guess that's... we're going to have to find out. So what do we have? Is this good enough for a try? Maybe it is. I don't care. So action handler, we have element 3 set, then let's add element 4. We want to change this one to lie. Available by default dependencies. Ooh, dependencies. Interactable action lie. What dependencies do we have? Yeah, this one we want to change to lie. Other than that, I think it's fixed. Maybe max lie angle tilt 25 is good enough as well. $25. Okay, that's it for that one. And then we have bed. Dynamic entity interactable list empty. Not for long. Focusable, definitely. Inspectable, yes. Holdable as well. Anchor points. We actually have 2 anchor points here. Points, anchor point. So holdable. I'm a little bit... we have a use transform on this one. Mattress. Get the fuck out. Is it... okay. Okay, so bed itself, we want it to be focusable, inspectable, and holdable. And we want it to be sittable as well eventually. But we're gonna wait with that one. So let's remove that one. And I'm gonna go mattress. I wanna open this prefab, change it here. Mattress. Why can't I change? I want to add use transform to this one. Maybe we can do copy. Okay, beautiful. Okay. And actually I want to open, we want to put this one here, use transform. Ginger Dev, also 10 people watching and no one chatting. I think streams in general are like a passive, something you passively do most of the time, I would say. But we have had some shatters today. Okay, so mattress, interactable pickup, interactable use. Instead, we're gonna have dynamic entity, interactable list. Yo, what's up, Mechasonis? My bad, I guess. No. Like, if you just want to lurk, I 100% support that. This is not a stream where you have to chat. And Mechasonis, by the way, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Come on, Ginger, you don't make people feel that they have to chat. Derek over on YouTube, yeah, I listen while I'm at work. Yeah, that's like the perfect... like having it in the background while you're productive yourself. That's like the main purpose, right? Ginger Dev, nah, I'm only joking. Yeah, I get it. Me too. Half joking. So mattress, dynamic entity, we want it to be focusable, inspectable, holdable, oh, now I fucked up again. I want to fix this in the prefab. So mattress, open, this is where we want to fix it. Dynamic entity, focusable, inspectable, holdable, liable. We're gonna add sittable later on, but we're gonna have one endpoint, 1 point, and that is this one. Okay. Let's fuck. And then it doesn't get changed here. That is a little bit annoying. But then we should have prefab. Nested prefabs. Unfortunately, it doesn't work exactly how I would like it to be. Derek, seeing Robin be productive encourages me to be productive. I work the exact same way. It's easier to be productive if you watch someone being productive or if you have people around you that are productive. Megasonis, you know, I fear to not see you again after these 3 months. Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have been... maybe I should have communicated a bit more in different channels or in more channels. This time around, I only did it on my Discord. I don't know if Twitch has a chat message, but YouTube definitely does. Could have done it on YouTube as well. Ginger Dev, what assets do you use in every project? Honestly, none, except for like official Unity ones at the moment. Maybe I haven't really found an asset I felt was good enough to use in every project. Or I use one third-party one. It's for allowing to assign subclasses and interface-derived classes in the editor. That's pretty much the only asset I use in every project. Lover, what's up, what's up? Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Okay, let's see here. Nested prefabs sucks. I would love to... I'm gonna take this one and I'm gonna delete this one maybe. Let's open this one. Mattress. Oh, here we actually get... Ooh, is that it? Let's see. Bed simple. Can we override? Oof. Revert all. There we go. Beautiful. The bed itself, we don't have anything on this one right now, but that's okay. So right now we have a mattress, which we can sleep on. We can pick it up and stuff like that. So only the mattress right now. Let's see if we can lie in it. The main ones I use, or Ginger Dev, the main ones I use are Odin. Odin I've heard so much good about. DoTween as well. DoTween I had in one of my projects. Extremely nice. Feel and Easy Save I've not heard or used. Would love to hear more about those two. Easy Save. Megasonis, I just noticed the Discord link is a few scroll down. I did not know you had a Discord. Yeah, I'm having a little bit of a hard time. These days you have so many different channels, right? It's a little bit overwhelming. I'm trying to minimize it to as few as possible. So like I do... But it's hard. I don't think Twitch has a, like, or does it? Like, YouTube these days has a messaging function, I saw, so you can send out messages to your subscribers. I don't know if Twitch has one, but otherwise, like, I use Discord for all my notifications. But if I'm gonna have a long break again, I should probably also write it on the YouTube message board or whatever it's called. Yeah, Discord is crazy good. I'm a little bit sad about, or one thing I don't really like about Discord is that it's not as open as the web, if that makes sense. It's like you're isolating everything into these different chat rooms in a way that I'm a little bit against. But other than that, I fucking love Discord for everything. For everything. Ginger Dev, feel is more polish, more component-based polishing, which is really nice. Do you have any specifics on that? Because I don't really know what component polish would mean. Is it just they look a little bit better in the inspector, or much like Odin? And Easy Save is a quick way of handling saving data. Instead of utilizing Newtonsoft for JSON storage, it ends up being a solution for saving with minimal effort. Okay, I might look into it in the future when we're gonna add some save functionality to this game, or persistency. Although I'm one of those developers, I love everything that has to do with parsing and structuring data. I love parsing. Is like one of my favorite things to implement. So in that, like, I would love to reinvent the wheel when it comes to saving, unfortunately. Or do I love to implement a parser? Okay, you know what? right. Oh, we want to test lie. I'm losing myself. Okay, we can't even inspect it, which I find to be a little bit weird. Rigid body. Oh, yeah, we don't have a layer on this one. We don't have a layer on bed either. Okay, so we open this one, we change the layer to dynamic entity. And we do it here as well, dynamic entity, no this object only. Okay, let's try it this time around then. Okay, then we get this. Oh, we actually show info mattress. I wonder why we got this though. Oh yeah, I know why, I think. It's because these two, we definitely want to make these dynamic entity as well. Okay, let's try it this time around. Okay, yeah, the text is not perfect for something as white as this. We're gonna have to fix that in the future, but show information, we can show information. We can pick it up as well, but that's not what I want to test. I want to test lie. And then we get this. Of course, actually, and then we have a stand-up. Okay, so we can lie, the only problem is that the correct animation doesn't play, and that's because animator parameters, we have sleep here. We want to rename this one to lie. Diggy, that's how I sleep. Okay, but mad respect, mad respect. This is more like how I sleep. Oh, actually, no. I'm more a stomach kind of guy. But okay, this looks pretty good. We can stand up, we can still show information for character, we can show information on mattress. We can pick mattress up. Or actually, we get some errors. Okay, that's good. But we can stand up. Okay, good. Love it. Easy. I'm going to take a short break. It's not that short. I'm gonna have to make another cup of coffee, so we're looking at like 4 minutes or something like that. During that break, I will also commit interactable, liable, and action lie, and action type. And then when we get back, okay, so this one is actually done now. Then when I get back, we are gonna implement interactable place. This one has quite a lot of custom stuff, so this one is going to be very interesting to see. And also, how it was implemented in the previous system, it was extremely infected with playable entity kind of stuff. So visuals for the player was added inside of the interaction place script. We want to pull those things out and put them in playable entity. So this is going to be extremely interesting to see what we can do about interactable place. But before we do that, I'm gonna run AFK. So be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. So where were we? Yeah. Action sit and action lie is now implemented. I want to move on to interaction place, which we want to rename to. I guess we're not going to rename it, but we're going to add some namespace to it. Restructure the name might be a better word for it. So it's going to be actions.place, and interactable place is going to be interactables placeable. Is that how you spell it? Placeable. Placeable. Okay, you keep the E this time around. Placeable. Placeable. Okay. So we're gonna call it placeable. There we go. Yes. Action place. Are we gonna get a reload domain or anything? No? Okay, there we go. Game view repaint. Great. And then we do interactable placeable. For this one, however, both action and interactable placeable, or both place and placeable, we are going to do, we're going to implement them from scratch. So I'm just going to go and do namespace game.actions. That's it. And public class place action. Right, that's it. And then we take this one, and what do we have? Implement abstract class. Finish. Oh, yeah. Why do we always get these in the wrong order? If we compare to action here, we have them defined in instantiate specifics, instantiate dependencies. We get dependencies first and then specifics. And also we have initialize, process, finish, interrupt. We get them as finish, initialize, interrupt, process. Why? Am I missing something? I don't know. We want to move this one down as well, right? Diggy looks like alphabetical order. Oh, is that true? That would be so... it would suck if that's the case, but that might very well be it. makes me want to try and do, let's do this. Let's just double check that theory. Public class test action. Finish. What do we have? DS. Oh, that is actually it, right? And youth, placable is more like amicable. So remember it. Amicable. Amicable. Amicable is an adjective meaning friendly, peaceable, or showing goodwill. Amicable and placable. Easily calmed and gentle and forgiving. I wonder if placable is more a little bit of a negative connotation, and amicable is a little bit more of a positive annotation. That's just an instant feeling I get. The more you learn. Diggy, tools, options, text editor, C# advanced, implement interface or abstract class set to at the end, restart Visual Studio. Thank you, appreciate it. I'm gonna add that to my notepad here right next to me, and I'm gonna look into that after the stream. That's beautiful if that would work. Tools, options, text editor, C# advanced, and then implement interface or abstract class set to at the end. Restart Visual Studio. Thank you. I'm going to try that right after the stream. I'm going to look if that is what I'm looking for, and then if it is, we're going to change that setting. It should definitely be a setting to implement abstract or interfaces in alphabetical order or implement them in the order they are defined here. Although instantiate specific and depend, okay, yeah. So I don't even define them in the way I want them later on in my classes. So something like this. Okay. And youth, oh, possibly I thought placable, if that is how I might pronounce it wrong, but whatever, is meek. Yeah, that is pretty much the feeling I got, I think. Yeah. Okay, action place. Okay, we're gonna leave it like this, and then interactable place. I just want to do namespace game.actions.interactables. That's it. Placeable, so not placable. Placeable. Interactable. Cancel interaction, start interaction. Although here we have another order, don't we? But I guess it does public first and then protected. So it does public in alphabetical order and then protected in alphabetical order, maybe. Okay. Okay. So before we continue here, let's take a look at the old implementation of place. Place is quite simple, actually. The action. We have a type and we have a current place point. We update current place point at all times. This we can fix with our new beautiful on target listen stuff. Okay. Stop processing and start processing, pretty straightforward. Move placeable object. And here we have move placeable object. So the meek object. Then we have rotate. Yeah, we're gonna do a lot of these stuff. But then again, yeah. And then we have the actual process, and here we just do, here we can see, here we add listeners and remove listeners to input handler. This should be nowhere near inside of the action implementation. This should be in some container class in playable entity, or just in playable entity itself. This has nothing to do with placeable or placing it. But this one is pretty straightforward, apart from this. And then we have interactable place. Here we have a lot of functionality. Most of this functionality is also related to the playable entity. We're going to go through it real quick and I can show you. Because if we think about it, if we have a non-playable entity, so a animate entity, and we have a playable entity. So animate entity and playable entity. When an animate entity places something, it's pretty much going to be like a passive action. So the animate entity picks something up, walks around, runs around, I don't know, jumps around, and then that entity can either place it or drop it. Drop it is just cancellation of the hold action. Place is a little bit... The difference between place and dropping is going to be place is a little bit more structured, while dropping it is just dropping it where it is and let physics place it, while place is place it exactly at this point with this rotation. But anyway, the place is passive for the animate entity. So that is, we're not going to do anything until the action is actually finishing. That's when we place the object at a certain point. But if we take action place for the playable entity, then it's a full out or a full process basically. Every time we update the point, we want to visually show the place point in some way to the player. Like right now your mouse pointer is here. If we place the object at this point right now, it would look like this and this and this. And how we did it previously was that, and we're going to do it something like a similar way this time around, is that we pretty much duplicated the object in question. So we had one object that we are still holding, and then we have one object that we're placing. and we chose to render the placeable object, or we hid the rendering of the object and just rendered the outlines for that object. And we're going to do something similar this time around. It's just that all of this stuff related to outlining an object and things like that is going to be in playable entity. In some capacity. I'm not entirely sure how exactly I will solve it. But I don't doubt that we will solve it in some way. We'll see. But before we start implementing those two, I actually want to get the focus highlight to work with this new system. So right now we can see here that we're not outlining anything. So I think it's about time we add the outline back. And let's see here. I don't actually remember. Focus point. Here we actually have it in action, interaction, focus. We can see here input handler, highlighter, highlight game object. This sucks. This is not at all what we want to do. And it's highlight game object as well. So this time around, I think we can improve this quite a bit. I just want to double check input handler. Do we have a highlighter here still? Yes, we do. And highlighter, it looks like this. Render pass event, on destroy, highlight game object on begin render, and queue pass. Do we want to clear this? Maybe we do. I don't know how costly it is to add and remove. This is a pretty costly way of highlighting overall. Might look into ways of improving it eventually even more. I'm actually also thinking about implementing it as the inverted hull method for or this one. Okay, but let's see what we can do. Input handler, highlight. Oh, we don't have a highlighter. Really? But do we create it? Yeah, we try and get it. If we don't, we can't, we add it. I think I'm just gonna do this actually. No, never mind. Yeah, we're gonna do it like this. And I wonder, do we really... Why the fuck... Why would we put this as a mono behavior? Does that make any sense? Does that make any sense? And no. So let's rewrite this one real quick. Smack GDs, what else would it be? I don't think we need it as mono behavior. Like, none of the functionality that mono behavior gives us, like, we don't need it if we use it like this. If it's just an instantiation and a destroy we're after, we might as well just call it, or create methods for it and call it from input handler. And get rid of the overhead that comes with mono behavior, even though it's minor. So we're gonna do it like this. One sec though. I just want to see, after rendering skybox, highlight apply material. Okay. System.serializable. Don't we need these? No, we don't. Game extensions. Just clean it up a bit, you know. Instead, we call this one public void instantiate. We create a pre-pass and a render pass. Setup occlude. Begin camera rendering, and then we have on destroy as well. We're just gonna call destroy. And make it public. Okay, like that. And then if we jump to input handler, we're gonna do public highlighter, highlighter, private set. I wanna do serialize field. And then we don't do any of these. Then we remove input. Yeah, we remove highlighter here. And instead we have our highlighter here, and we define it before rendering post-processing, was it? I think so. And the material was highlight apply material, right? Highlight mask. And we leave occluded as is. Okay, so now we have it. Oh, we had it previously as well, but I think it's a little bit better now. So highlighter. Anytime focus changes its target and target is not equal to null or null, then we want to highlight stuff. So in playable entity, we do here focus action pointer focusing event. So anytime pointer focus change, not really. Here we bind focus on, or we call focus on anytime the pointer changes. But we also want to do stuff with this focus action. So we can also do one sec, I want to see input handler, or actually highlighter, highlight game object, highlight. Yeah, I'm not sure. So here, this method is built for allowing for multiple highlights, right? And we might also just want to be able to highlight entities, now when I think about it. But let's see that we're hovering above a game object, and then we highlight it, and then we're focusing a game object, so we highlight it, and then when we unfocus that game object, we no longer have a reference to it, but we do want to unhighlight it. Which in this case means that we need some sort of way to... We need to have some memory of what objects are currently being highlighted. It feels wrong to have it here. So then again, I talked about previously, I talked about a having some sort of wrapper class, you know? Or maybe even a subclass. So one could think that we had a subclass of focus that is playable focus. So it's either for certain actions we have a derived class that is playable, action X. So for all actions that need some extra, or that is going to work a little bit differently depending on if it's a playable entity that they are tied to. Or we could do it as a wrapper class. So instead of having playable action focus implements focus, we have playable action focus wrapper, which contains a action focus. Or we don't introduce any additional classes and we solve it in playable entity with some magic. Not entirely sure how that would look, though. Oh, whoa, one sec. Ooh, oh, okay. I love this. Huh, okay. Oh, this is actually implemented in such a way that we can listen on. I'm happy about this. We can listen on process changed. If we go from ready to processing, ready, or we go from initializing to processing. So then we have a target. So when on process starts, we have a target, right? Yeah, we do. And then when we stop processing a target, so if we focus on something else, this one is true. So we stop, we finish whatever we're doing currently. So set state finishing. That means that we're going to jump to, we are processing, and so this one, we change to finishing, and then we invoke on process change, and then we call finish. And in finish, we reset this one. And then later on, we alter it. Okay. Beautiful. So when we are in state finishing, we actually have a reference to target. And that's pretty much how I want it to be. I think that helps a lot. In most cases. But the good news anyway is that we can do something like this then. So in playable entity, if we just want to highlight something that is being focused or whatnot, we can do, so we have a focus action, so then we do focus action dot on process change, add listener, action A, or actually game dot actions dot action. And then we just do, like, it feels like start here is going to be quite big, and we'll see. If a dot state is equal to game dot actions dot state dot processing, then we do something, otherwise we do something else. So if it's not processing, then we do, if actually we want to do, no, I think we can do this. Or what the hell, we can just do it like this. It's going to be even prettier, I think. So on process change, add listener, input handler dot highlighter dot highlight game object dot, or a dot target dot game object, and then if we want to highlight it or not depends on if state is in processing. How about this? So instead of dirtying action focus with playable entity related stuff like this, we just put it here. So previously, if I action interaction focus had stuff like this inside here. This time nothing. I think that's good. But let's see if this works first of all. Okay. It does not. I wonder why. Do we have... Oh, I know why it doesn't work. Because we never call instantiate or destroy. Input handler awake. Hey, fuck, we have don't destroy unload. Yeah, but it should still be destroyable. On destroy. Okay, now we can probably try it. Okay. I find it extremely weird that it doesn't affect FPS at all. Oh, do we have occlusion on as well? Yeah, we do. I want to improve this occlusion on. Yes, I do. If we occlude it, we want to draw it here, right? Eventually. But that's not what we're going to do now. Here it looks pretty good though. Pretty nice selection. I wonder if we can just do... Oh, can we change this one in real time now? So if I do... First, I have no idea what that means. I'm sorry. So I wonder now if... Where do we have here? Could I switch? So we have on our highlighter here, we have occlude setting. Right now, occlusion is false, so we get this. What happens if you set it to true? Then we also get this. I need to check into this one. We should be able to... So we have we pretty much have two different highlight settings. Do we use occlude right now? We do setup occlude. We just do it on instantiate. If occlude. Yeah, so we can't change it in real time, but if I change it now, occlude, and it should be the opposite as well, shouldn't it? Let's see. Yeah, that's fucking weird. Why doesn't occlude work anymore? Set render attachment depth. Is it because we're reading it too slow? Or are we reading it after we have destroyed it? Oh, no, nah, that's not true. Hmm. Hmm. Like this one is pretty clear. Render list description. Color results here. I think. Or highlight apply material. Yeah, we don't have anything related to depth here. I want to see what happens if I just set, we comment this one out. If we don't send down any depth information from a previous render, then what I'm wondering then is how we're still getting the culling information from highlight render prepass. Just pure black. And then the selection disables when we click here. It's very annoying. But I reckon that... Okay, I want to see what happens if we do... cull results. Can we just skip this one? Because I reckon that it's this one. I'm not entirely sure though. Culling results. Culling results. What happens if we just do... Okay. Oh. I still don't get it. Okay, I want to try and do... Wonder if we can make culling results. What can we just do? Okay, what happens if we do... Okay. So what can we do? Because I'm pretty sure this color... one sec. Or... Now, when we render to the texture, we want to... Currently it takes... when we render to a texture, it takes into account depth comparison, which we do want if we want to occlude the highlight outlines. But if we don't want to occlude the highlight outlines, then it becomes a little bit more problematic. What can we do then? I think I'm just gonna try one thing. We're gonna do this, right? I'm gonna see if I can manage to get a get an angle where we highlight, even though... Yeah, okay. Serious. There we go. There we go. Yeah, here we can see that we take into account these. Oh, do we do it? Is this just a question of what the Oh, we might be able to do... One sec. highlighter, render pass event, render pass event. Highlight to screen material. I wonder if we can just... Yes, it's as easy as this, basically. Render pass event. We just change the order. So if we want to include it, then we have it, then we do the pre-pass. If we want to include, then we do after rendering transparent. Otherwise we do it after rendering. Okay, so I think we're gonna do it like this. Render pass event. We're gonna hide this one. And for occlude, or highlight the render pass, this one is also always gonna be before rendering post-processing. This one, on the other hand, is going to be occlude. If we want to occlude it, then it's render pass event dot before rendering post-processing. But if it's not occluded, then we do it render pass event dot before rendering opaques. So if this works, we don't need to send down occlude here. We don't need to have a setup. I think that should be fine. So now we don't occlude it. But then again, I wonder if... there we go. We don't screw up any depth. No, we don't. Okay, beautiful. Now we have that working again. Two different options for it. Beautiful. I guess it depends on some different... I'm still not a big fan of the... Still not a big fan of outlines appearing above it like this, but that's not something we're gonna fix now. Pretty easy to fix as well, I think. But yeah, we're not gonna fix that now. Oh, I still want to test if we occlude it as well. Very important that that still works. And it seems to be working just fine. Okay. That was a little bit of a detour, but now we have a way better highlighter as well. Default is going to be occlude off. Okay, so back to placeable. Highlighting whatever is being focused was so easy that we could just put it in playable entity. It's just 4 extra lines of code. It's not too bad. But when it comes to continuously update like if we want to place an object, or when it comes to visualizing the action place to the player, I think that's going to be too much logic to just keep here, I think. But let's see. Let's implement it and see where it leaves us. Interactable place has quite... Oof, it's so much, it's so much. I'm wondering if... Okay, I think the way we're gonna do this with this new system we have is... Yeah, most of this is for playable entity. Holy shit. Maybe not this and this and this, but yeah. Damn. Position delta rotation. It's a pretty big rework, this one. Yo, what's up, Little Miss Murder? Hope you had a wonderful summer. Yeah, look at this. So, like, all of this is tied to playable entity, and we want to rip it out and put it in playable entity. But it's so much, you know? Little Miss Murder, I'm in the South Hemisphere, so my summer is only starting. Okay. I'm sorry for assuming your global position, so to speak. Hope you had a great winter then, I guess. Is the better question. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just assumed your locality. I'm really sorry. I'm taking a step back. Winter can be pretty nice, can it not? Seasonal affective disorder very easily. I'm more prone to depression during the summer half year, actually. I don't know if it during my childhood, I guess my parents were always on top of me when it was sunny outside. They always told me to go out and play instead of sitting inside playing video games. So now when I sit inside playing video games when I'm grown up and it's sunny outside, I feel bad. Something inside of me tells me I should be outside. But yeah, you know. How old am I? Hurts to say, but 34. I'm nearly 50, so that could be a generational thing. It probably is. No video games when I was a kid. Didn't you have like Commodore? Wasn't that? Nah, maybe that was a little bit later. 80. Oh, but yeah, I definitely believe it to be a generational thing. I think I'm probably not unique in feeling a little bit depressed during the summer if I'm not outside and it's sunny. That's for sure. Oh yeah, Atari. Yeah, so I'm a millennial, and we often talk about the technological change that happened during our lifetime so far. And I guess it's pretty big. But I mean, we were still pretty young when internet became a thing. Let's see, how should I put it? So, yeah, we have pretty much had internet most of our lives, at least where I live, even though we're millennials. But you must have been a kid when internet wasn't a thing at all. It was just still in the like military phase. Yeah, I guess it's what it comes down to. The formative years, yeah, definitely. Internet only became a thing once I left high school. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I think I don't remember exactly what the years are for millennials, but internet, pretty much every millennial probably had access to internet in high school, or the equivalent of high school. Ah, fuck it. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so interactable plays. If we just analyze this one real quick, the bottom line is that for a non-playable entity, it's pretty damn simple. We have an object and we should be able to place it somewhere. It pretty much boils down to, here's a point, place this object at that point with this transform. That's all it is for non-playable entities. But for playable entities, on the other hand, then we want to be able to rotate it. We want to be able to do a lot of stuff on it. I'm not entirely sure how I want to handle it. It feels like it's so much functionality we're gonna have to go with a wrapper class or something. Because it's yeah, definitely, because we're pretty much gonna disable some functionality and stuff like that as well. Little Miss Murder. In fact, my first internet exposure was at university. Back in those days, SA was still under apartheid sanctions, so we never had any Apple products at all either. Damn. So SA refers to South Africa, I reckon. How was it to grow up in South Africa back then? Okay, so I wonder if we want to do this. Let's see. Let's implement place in such a way that a non-playable entity can use it. And then we will try and I don't know. I still think a wrapper class is the best option. So let's see here. Action place. Initialize is still gonna be focus inspect, very similar to inspect. Little Miss Murray, well, white people were very privileged. School was free, food and electricity and manual labor were very cheap. And as a child, I was insulated from the political violence and upheaval. TV was state-controlled and heavily censored. Okay, it's rough, and I can't, like, it's hard for someone like me to relate, having grown up like in the north of Europe. Oh yeah, we want to start interaction as well. And we do. And then we want to cancel interaction. Instantiate specifics. Instantiate dependencies. Okay, dependencies. Okay, this one is interesting. This is not going to be similar to the previous ones we have done. Action place doesn't actually rely on focus, but rather... So we don't need this one. We need... Let's see here. Actually, we need on point change here, I think. But whatever. We're gonna do host action handler get action type hold on process change. And then we want to update this dependency. And on hold on target change. Do we care about on target change for this one? I guess we do. If the target changes to null and we are processing, we want to interrupt. And then we change target and we check dependency. Definitely. And then I want to depend on this get action focus on point change. We want to change the point for this one as well, I think. But this one also feels a little bit over the top that we update it like at all times like this. Maybe it would be better to just, I don't know, let's keep it like this. Little Miss Murder, my mother was able to buy a 5-bedroom house with a huge garden and swimming pool and afford a housekeeper and gardener on receptionist salary. That was what it was like for white people. Damn. That is pretty insane. On the back of other people though, but like still insane. Actually, I think we can, on point change, I'm gonna add a note for future me. I think on point change, the way we use on point change, inspect, Just gonna add that note. So for now, we're gonna do this. Little Miss Murder, yes, I would never want to go back to a system like that. Eventually your eyes open, you see the terrible poverty it rides the coattails of. Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, in some ways, depending on where you live, but like here in the West world or in Europe, it's like you still live pretty good on the back of other people, right? If you buy cheap shit with no control over how it was made and stuff like that. It's a fucking grim world when you think about it, but it still feels like it's moving in a better direction, if you know what I mean. I think these are the only dependencies for action plays we need. So hold needs to be processing. We need to be holding something. And the target depends on whatever we're holding. Okay. And the latest point is always the point of focus. Okay. Little Miss Murder, I think Europe is the last bastion of sanity. The US is going to shit. Yeah. It's looking a little bit rough. Definitely. Yeah, enough politics, more action plays. So let's see here. Dependencies are good for plays, and this is like pretty much this action for non-playable entities is going to be pretty bare bones, I would say. Finish is gonna be what we want to do in finish is pretty much target placeable dot place at transform. That's pretty much what we want to do. Interrupt. Yeah, here on interrupt we don't want to do anything. Also, since we depend so much on hold, it's good to know that hold has already action hold, or more like in interactable holdable, we have already disabled the rigid body and stuff like that. Here, I mean. So we don't need to do that. But then again, Little Miss Murder, I've decided after many years of procrastination and abandoned projects to create my own indie game. That's fucking great news. Good luck. I wish you the best of luck. And thanks for the inspiration. No problem at all. I love being able to inspire. That's a nice feeling, actually. Do you want to like reveal any details about the game you're going to create, or is it still hush hush? Okay, placeable. When we cancel interaction here, let's see. I think we're just gonna do... How weird would it be to do enable rigid body, enable colliders, reset transform? Yeah, we don't want to reset transform, do we? Placeable, start interaction, cancel interaction. I don't even know. In this case, what we would have here, but we'll see. A Little Miss Murder, well, I have a core idea rattling around. I enjoy turn-based or real-time RTS, so the game will be in that mold. I'm going to use monogame because it will strictly isometric 2D. Intrigued. I didn't even know what monogame was, actually. Oh, fuck, I've heard about it. Someone else mentioned it on stream pretty recently. Isn't monogame discontinued, though? Nah, maybe not. Nah, maybe not. Oh, definitely not. Stable release 3 months ago. What was I thinking about then? I don't know. Monogame is a fork of Microsoft's XNA, which is just discontinued. Yeah, that might be it. That might be it. Lumor Sunil, what's up, what's up? Sorry about the pronunciation. I'm doing my best. Hope you had a wonderful stream, and thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Little Miss Murder, plus I need to make the engine myself, which is the kind of thing that tickles me. You have to be careful, though. Like, I also like doing like engine programming, right? But fuck, it's hard making an engine and a game at the same time. Extremely difficult. Lumor Sunil, have a great rest of the day, peace. Okay, so as for placeable, we're gonna have public. Like, how do I want to solve this? Fucking hell. Little bit murder lurk, thank you, appreciate it, and good luck with the pixels to push. Placeable is such a... now when I think about it, when we cancel in an interaction here, do we want to send in a boolean true or false? Maybe. We're gonna keep... That's also a thing we should implement later on. I think it's implementing it or changing it to have a like true or false boolean here if it's a cancel or finished type of thing. I think that leads it improves upon the action system. We just want to implement our old action system in the new action system, so we're going to leave that one as is. But I do wonder if... Is this all we have for placeable? I think it is. I can't really... Placeable, I don't know what I want to do here right now. If we take a look at the old placeable, interactable place, placement layer. Dynamic entity set, placement layer, dynamic entity set layer. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, this is all related to stuff for the future. Highlight play stuff. Like, this is also playable entity. Playable entity, playable entity. Delta position max, delta rotation max. Also for playable entity. Default Euler angles and rotation delta Euler angles. This one, I think we're gonna have left. Update end transform default. This one also playable entity, position delta, playable entity, current point, end point, playable entity, offset distance, playable entity, this playable. Like, everything inside of this one is playable entity related. We have a state processing here as well. We set a layer. We have the sweep test for the positioning here. Ooh, like implementing this one is a pretty big step, I would say, because we're also going, ooh, but then again, maybe it's time. Like this action is pretty big. This action, so placeable or place action together with terraform action, they are kind of big because they change how the game is played, or we alter the control scheme when we start processing these actions for the playable entity. So think about it, place, for instance. For instance, if you Q and E, when you just run around normally, Q and E are for actions, doing actions. Q is probably for jump or something like that. But when you go in placement mode, then Q and E are going to be for rotating objects. Or we're gonna add some extra keybinds or remove some keybinds. We're not gonna be able to, we might be able to move around. But what I'm getting at is we add extra functionality. I guess an even better example would be Terraform. Not real. Like, they're extremely similar. Terraform and Place. So the question is, maybe I'm gonna have to wait with Place. I'm gonna have to wait with Place and Terraform because they are too... Playable entity. Okay, I think we're gonna do it like this. Action, or if we go to character, then we have movement here. We have player movement. I'm thinking about... And now when we have the new action system in place, maybe it's time to re-implement player movement as an action. Which it is going to be. And then eventually in playable entities, we're gonna have various setups here linking actions to input, some action to input system. Because think about it, like the control scheme for when we do certain actions are going to be way different for what they are at other times. So I'm thinking like action fishing, for instance, is going to have a whole other control scheme than moving around. So I'm probably going to have to wait with terraform, place. Yeah, those two. Or that's not really true. We're going to implement them, but we're going to make them extremely simple. And then we're going to implement a layer on top of it that makes them a little bit better suited for playable entities. I think that's how we're going to do it. So let's see here. Action plays. Now I'm thinking about just having it empty like this. And if we stop, what happens then? Okay. But how would that look? So if we do, let's add placeable to some item. Character 01, and we add focus, inspect, hold, sit, lie, and we add we don't have that one just yet because I forgot to serialize it. Then we add place here as well. We don't have anything. And let's see, various items, stool. Let's open it up and add, so holdable, sittable, and then I want to add placeable. So let's see what happens here then. If we play this time around. Pick up, and then we can place it, but what happens if we place it? Pretty much nothing right now. Watara, what's up, what's up? If we place it, we want to put it down where the focus point is, I think. That's what we want to do. And if we place it, we also want to stop. We also want to stop. If we place it, we want to stop hold from working, right? Pick up, start placing, drop, and then we actually have place left. Fuck, I love this new system, honestly. Otter, I'm also a game developer. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having fun developing your game. Yes, I am. Thank you. Likewise, likewise. I wonder what those spikes are getting coming from. I don't like it at all. What is this? Fuck. I don't know why would animation do this? Makes no sense. Or does it? How does this make sense? Render camera stack. Whatever. Okay, so when we implement the basic place now, I want to be able to, when we start placing here, let's see here. Yeah, when we start placing and then press place again, I just want to put this one wherever we place it, and we don't want to hold it anymore. Right. So how would we go about doing that? Let's see. We need to tell hold that we want to quit as well. In some ways we could do something simple as action hold. Or 1 sec, action place. We could do a dependency in hold that depends on place not being not processing, I guess. But that feels, it's more, I don't know if that's something we want to pull. It feels like something we want to push. Maybe not actually. Focus, hold, inspect. No, 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 no. Now I get it. Now I get it. Now I get it. This is related to available here. So the previous on change stuff we had here. Definitely. So when we place something, we want to notify whatever is working with this one that we now replaced it. So we want to exit. Oh, hell yeah. So action hold. So interrupt here. We definitely want to reset these, but cancel interaction, target holdable. Yeah, and we want to make a difference by cancel interaction. So start interaction, finish interaction, and cancel interaction. Those three extremely important, I think. Yeah, definitely. Which makes me think that okay, so if that's the case, if that's how we want to implement it, can we do anything other in place right now? I don't think we can. Or actually, yeah, we can finish place. So that would be finish would be interactable placeable. In interactable placeable, we want to have a default public vector3 default position. Default scale we don't really care about. Or default position is a little bit weird. I guess it's going to be offset default. Okay. So default position offset. So action place in this case, when we finish it, it's pretty much only going to be target placeable. cancel interaction. Now we don't need to do anything right now. I don't know why I'm overcomplicating stuff right now, but when we cancel interact, okay, right now when we don't have a difference. When we cancel interact, we don't know if it was successful or failed. So in this case, we're gonna do we're gonna have a place method here, which is public, and we're gonna send in point. So when we finish, or before we finish, we call, or before we cancel the interaction, we call target placeable dot place at point. Okay. And process for now. I think we're just gonna do this for now. So then we finish it by placing it on point. And when it comes to placing it, I think we can use interactable place. Yeah, we're just gonna do this, and then we set the rotation, and then we set the position as point position, point normal. Yeah, and then we do a sweep test. Cancelled. Interaction place. What did we have? Move placed object. Okay, here we do. Update end transform and then update current transform. Oh yeah, then we did a lot of this. Yeah, of course. I'm just wondering where out hit, then we do the hit distance. What this one is about, I don't remember. Oh yeah, I remember. We just set it back where it was. Position point normal. Yeah, okay, I remember. So update end transform. We're pretty much just gonna take whatever we're doing here and put it in I wonder, is action place or interactable placeable the better option for it? I don't even know. Maybe it's here. Yeah, maybe we want to do all the calculations here. And then just place. Or do we want to do all the calculations here? Oh, fuck, I don't know. Previously we had it in interaction place, but that feels a little bit wrong, I reckon. Doesn't feel natural, at least. But then again, these things look and feel... Yeah, the point is from action, interaction, place, but like calculating if the entity can be placed at the point, yeah, that's up to interactable place, I'm pretty sure. So I guess... interactable place. I wonder if... can we do... Inheritance component, yeah. I think we're gonna do interactable place. Place transform, I think we're gonna do system.serial. No. Just public class or struct place point or place transform. The most important thing is that a place transform is going to be created from a point or it's going to be created from given a entity and point. So we create a place transform from a entity and a point. So yeah, I'm pretty sure, oops, sorry about that. I'm pretty sure this is what we want to do, and then we can take the functionality we have here, most of these calculations, and we can put it in here. Because this is information we want to be easily available from our playable visualizer, or whatever we want to call it. Okay, I think pretty nice progress today. It's becoming clearer and clearer to me how I want to solve some stuff. I think next week is going to be extremely interesting. Like, this action system is, we're almost where we were at, but with the new system in place and some extra functionality. I think we're going to close that off close that up in the beginning of next week, and then after that we might either extend this new system a tiny bit or extend the interactable side of stuff and polish it a little bit, and then move on to creatures. We will see. Or actually, when we have merged this branch, we are actually gonna change player movement to be an action as well. And then we're gonna implement some playable stuff related to these actions. Hopefully I can plan a little bit this weekend and come back with a plan that makes more sense, if that or like a clearer plan. Okay, but anyway, I'm done for today. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend, and hopefully I will see you Monday. Peace.